Dear racing fans, we've been waiting for you. We've been working, prepping, training, putting together thrilling races, new spaces, favorite traditions, and fresh experiences. From right on the rail to the top of the hill. Whether it's your first meet or your 50th, we can't wait to welcome you back this spring. Love, Keeneland.
Welcome to the Thursday edition of Today at Keeneland. 2 race days left this spring meet. Gabby Gaudette, Scott Hazelton with you for the next 30 minutes. And Gabby, we've got 9 races to cover. High-quality allowance races. Once again, on the card is the overarching theme, and the turf races look to be bears once again.
Absolutely, and we do have a 2-year-old turf race today as well. Looking forward to that for some of these youngsters getting to the turf for the first time. So overall, we've got a really good card, and looking forward to getting to it. And once again, the sun is out. Can't complain. Yeah,
another perfect afternoon. Also later on, make sure you stick around. We're going to get an opportunity to see Percy's Bar work earlier this morning to tune herself up for the Kentucky Oaks. She's going to be one of the favorites for the Run for the Lilies in the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks a week from tomorrow. Hard to believe that Oaks Day is a week from tomorrow, on our closing day being tomorrow, and then the Keeneland April sale. A lot happening. A lot of things happening. Social media. Give us a follow on X at Keeneland Racing. On Instagram, you can head over to @Keeneland and find great content there from the team here at Keeneland Racecourse and Keeneland Sales. At Keeneland on Facebook, at FanDuel TV on X, FanDuel TV Plus app, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV, and then download the Keeneland Race Day app. That is available on your smart device, whether it's your smartphone or your tablet, and you can stay up to date on all of our selections and opinions when it relates to handicapping these races each and every race day. Let's go back to yesterday, starting in race number 4. Hall Monitor. Source got some sneaky action. Then it kind of cooled off a little bit, but was able to deliver for his connections in race number 4. Hall Monitor under Martine Schwann.
Yeah, just gets there. Congratulations to Blake Kelly, the trainer. Hall Monitor took race number 6 on yesterday's card. Race number 4, I should say. In race number 6, lovely Emma came through for trainer Peter and Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, she sat down on the inside. The speed came off the rail as they turned for home, and she had an ideal scenario to kick on and win for CRK Stable. Evanescence delivered. She was the hot favorite in race number 7. Just came rambling down the outside under Jose Ortiz, who had a 4-win day yesterday. This one doing it for Eddie Keneally and Green Lantern Stables.
Yeah, she just looked like she was sitting on a big race, and she certainly delivered there for the connections yesterday. And then what about Vermello? We talked about this horse as he was a clocker pick. He came from last to first off of a layoff since, 2024? And he won like a good thing.
He won very easily. That capped off the 4-win day for Jose Ortiz, another Keeneland grad, Vermelho, as we take a look at the leading jockey, leading trainer standings. So Jose picking up 4 wins yesterday. He still sits 6 off his brother Irad. Luis is 5 back from Irad, and Brad Cox once again appears to have a stranglehold on the trainer standings, being 8 in front.
Yeah, I mean, the jockeys, they've just been, we had Tyler with a multiple win day, we had Irad with a multiple win day, Jose with a multiple win day. They've just kind of exchanged big days going back and forth, but Irad has just kept that steady.
Kept steady for sure. Let's hear from WKYT for the weather.
For your day at the races today here at Keeneland, you are tracking a great setup with plenty of sunshine. In fact, those temperatures are going to be working all the way into the 80s. It's going to be feeling good across the board for your day. A few more clouds do start to show up for some of those later post times, but there's nothing to worry about. You managed to stay mainly dry for your whole day out at the track. Just grab some sunglasses or maybe a larger hat to protect yourself. We've got a higher UV index thanks to the sunshine today. But overall, a great day to be at the races.
It is fast and firm conditions presented by John Deere. Our track conditions, thanks to our partners over at John's Deere for bringing us our track conditions each and every race day here at Keeneland. Race number 7 is the feature, Gabby. This race will start the $3 late pick 3 mile-and-a-half turf event. First level allowance condition for the fillies and mares, and Tricky Kitty installed as the morning line favorite at 3-1. She's actually going to be running today and then selling tomorrow in the Keeneland April sale. She's hip number 31.
Yeah, hopefully she can get a nice little update there in this particular race, and she looks well spotted here. Mile-and-a-half there on the turf, as you mentioned, for this allowance group. I had a tough time with this race. I mean, it just seems like there are a couple of horses that kind of stand out from the rest. I think the 6 Tricky Kitty being one of them, maybe the 4 Ottawa being one of them as well. You get kind of a handful of horses that could probably win this, and then there's a bit of a steep drop-off, but competitive group for sure.
I end up going 4-5-1 in here. The 4-horse Ottawa for Gary Barber and Mark Cassidy. You're going to have more on that filly in just a little bit, but she gets back onto grass here this afternoon in her second U.S. start. She was debuted in the United States on the synthetic. The number 5 horse, Ontario, is my second selection for Ellen-J. Foxwoods, NK Racing, Joe Sharp. I rad in the saddle, $450,000 September sale purchase. 2022 is the year they bought her for $450 here at Keeneland. And I want to take you back to one of her more recent races on February 17th, where she was up close to the pace, finishing even second. She's kind of had even running styles over the last couple of races at a bare minimum. Her last victory, only victory, came sprinting, where she rallied from off the pace of Woodbine back in 2024. But I think that there's a chance that this mare in here today can potentially make the lead going 1.5 miles with that stretch out in distance. So coming out of those types of races, could get comfortable out on the front end, and it could make her dangerous. The 1-horse Southampton Dock is my third selection. This is all about pedigree. So the fact of the matter is she's a daughter of English Channel that's never had an opportunity to go this far. So the pedigree's there out of a Kitten's Joy First Dam. That is turf, 1.5 mile distance on top and bottom from a pedigree perspective. But I've got 4, 5, and 1 with Ottawa on top.
Yeah, I did go to the number 4, Ottawa, as well. I thought that, when you look at her race, her seasonal debut last time out at Gulfstream Park, she was just so far off of the pace. Scott, we'll take a look at this effort as well. You can see her in the hot pink Gary Barber silks. And typically, we don't see horses make up this much ground. At one point in time, she was 11 lengths off the pace, and then she starts to make up a little bit of ground, kind of weaving in and out of horses. The top 2 finishers there obviously got a huge advantage on her and a big jump, so she's a couple lengths off of it. I think it was a means to an end. She should be well spotted in this event, getting that added distance to 1.5 miles and getting back to the turf. So, I really like her. I feel pretty confidently that I think with the added distance, she'll be able to sit the right trip. The 5 Ontario, as you mentioned, she should be forwardly placed with the added distance. And then I'll also throw in the number 10, Malibu Smart. Blinkers go on her. And I think that will help her. She is one that can have a tendency to lag behind the field, even at 1.5 miles. So I think maybe the blinkers on will help get her in the game. But I'm curious to see how she can do getting back to the turf, but at this distance, I think it'll help her.
Race 7, our feature, part of the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, 579, the sequence there. Let's go to Tom Leach for more on the 7th and featured event.
Worry Be Gone makes her turf debut for trainer Brad Cox. She is a 4-year-old, and she does have experience at this distance, but her last 2 starts have been particularly impressive. A win and a runner-up finish.
Really good. So obviously had a great winner up at Turfway. Excelled when we got her out around her extended distances, and looking forward to giving her an opportunity going 1.5 miles. I think she's cut out for it. She's made for it, bottom side. Obviously, not this time, can do pretty much anything. So I think she'll handle the distance.
Has she been on turf ever, even in a work?
No, not that I know of, not with me. So, but I think she'll handle it.
Just off pedigree?
Yeah, pedigree, and just the synthetic transferring over, hopefully.
Tricky Kitty comes out of the same race that Worry Be Gone was in last time. Tricky Kitty makes her second start off a short break for trainer Brendan Walsh. She's about 5 lengths behind the favorite in that synthetic race up at Turfway. Walsh hopes that the return to turf is going to be the ticket to the winner's circle.
I thought she ran a decent enough race, but I believe she'll be better filly on grass for sure.
What about the distance? What gives you optimism?
Look, you never know until you try it, but most of the Kitten's Joys, they'll get a certain amount of distance, Tom. And, she is bred on the mare side as well. There's plenty stamina there, so, we're hopeful that she'll get it.
Love these turf marathons, and looks like a pretty competitive field for this one.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you to Brad and Brendan for that insight into race number 7. Let's jump into some key races on the afternoon. I mentioned race number 5 does start the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Also begins the 50-cent late pick 5. Talbingo is 6-5 on the morning line. How about a horse that has risen through the ranks? I mean, this is a gelding that it defines that for Brian Lynch, rather. He owns this horse as well. He's the son of Classic Empire, that champion 2-year-old Grade 1 winner at 3. And I think that this race comes up great for him. He broke his maiden for $25,000 December of 2024. Then wins a starter allowance race. He wins another starter allowance race on the synthetic at Gulfstream. This is going back to March of last year. But this year he's had 2 runs at Gulfstream Park on the turf course. And these are the first 2 races that we saw from him on the grass. He won 2 starts back. This was his follow-up race. He was the heavy favorite in this event, going 7.5 furlongs, and he nearly gets there. So the added ground for this son of Classic Empire, who's made over $121,000, I think is going to go a long way. And how he just comes up a nose short to XY Prime, who wins that race. So Tal Bingo on top, continuing this ascension that he has been on ever since he was debuted a couple of years back. Soleil Volant is the 8-horse. Should get attention, I think, based on coming out of graded stakes and listed stakes races for trainer Graham Motion. So he makes a lot of sense in this mile and an 1/8 race. And then finally the number 1 horse Versus for Kelly Breen. Kelly had a good had a good run in the Philly Dirt Sprint yesterday. Philly just got passed by Evanescence, that Evanescence race, which was race number 7. So he brings this one from Palm Meadows, and I think that she fits in this mile and an 1/8 race, and that's all you're trying to figure out, who fits in this condition amongst the competition that they're drawn up against.
I'm going to take us to race number 8 a little bit later there. Maiden special weight, 6 furlongs on the main track, Scott. In this race, we have the 2 horse in there as the favorite. The blinkers coming off this particular runner by Essential Quality. A couple other horses probably will get bet in here as well, including the horse that I go to, the number 10, Poise, and this is the direction I go. And I actually think Steve could have a good day today, kind of like his horse earlier in the 2-year-old turf race, and then in this race as well. She's finally going to make her debut. It looks like she's been able to put on a strong work tab in the morning at Churchill Downs. She's a filly by gun runner. Owned by Peter Blum, actually owned and bred by Peter Blum. And the full sister is Society, who obviously was very good, yes, and also won first time out, multiple grade 1 winner, I should say. So I think, this filly is really in a good spot to do her best running. There's 1 scratch to her inside. I think 6 furlongs, with that outside post position, you're going to have to figure out a good trip. But I'm going to hopefully we get a little bit of a better price there with that first time starter, but the pedigree really speaks for itself. So 10-2. I think this horse will probably show some speed to the inside, even though the blinker's coming off. Maybe it'll be more of a controlled type of speed, but with that inside post position, I think she definitely has to hit the ground running with the likes of Irad Ortiz Jr. in the saddle. And then the 1, Beach Mandy, I'll throw in there as well for Matt Sims, a filly by Omaha Beach. She just looks like she's been really working fast, and you never know with first-time starters. Sometimes they don't always get out of the gate well, but if she does, it definitely looks like she possesses that natural speed to find herself in a forward position.
Let's go to race number 9, a next key race, final race on the card. Maiden special weight event, 1 mile and an 1/8 is the distance. You can scratch the 13 through 15, so the also eligibles do not draw in. American Debutante, the morning line favorite, the 6 for Brendan Walsh. And that's where I ended up. This is a filly for Hyder Family Racing. Brendan Walsh, they bought her over in Europe. She's been campaigned strictly here in the United States. Back to Ellis of last year, went up to Saratoga, and then goes to Belmont at Aqueduct in her last race in September. That was, 7 months ago, more than 7 months ago. And we take you back to her run in the Belmont at Big A event where she ends up finishing 3rd, beaten just a length and 3/4. This was going 1 mile and 3/8. I think the cutback in distance will benefit her if there's a little bit more pace in here, because this race had 0 pace. I mean, they went in 53-2. Tell me the last time you saw a race with a half mile and 53-2 at any distance. Wild. So the fact that she was able to close and make up some lengths is positive. So American Debutante on top, the 2-horse Mary Louise for Chad Brown, comes out of a live race at Tampa Bay Downs. She's a well-bred daughter of See the Stars. For these connections, you got Flavian in the saddle, so start 2 of her career. And then Miss Pharaoh for Matthew Sims. I think that this one has knocked on the door. She's 6 for 10 in the money as far as seconds and thirds. Still looking for that first win. Who knows? Maybe her experience will come through while you're running against largely inexperienced fillies in this race. So 6-2-1, my opinion, in race number 9, our final race today.
Okay, I'm going to take us a little bit earlier. Race number 6. This starts the late pick 4, 6 furlongs on the main track for this maiden special weight. We do have 2 scratches in the body of the race. The 4 and the 5 are out, and the 2, Immortalize, is your morning line favorite at 3-1. I would imagine she'd come down off of those morning line odds, especially because of the 2 scratches in there. But I'm continuing to ride the Brad Cox train here because obviously he is doing nothing wrong, including with Irad Ortiz Jr. We saw them have a good day yesterday as well. And Immortalize, look, she just caught a really salty field first time out at Saratoga. She lost to Tommy Joe in there. We saw what kind of year she had in her 2-year-old season. She also lost to Tennessee Belle in that particular race, who would come back to win. And look, sometimes you can have a really precocious, good 2-year-old, and you can have a good 2-year-old that might be a little bit better at 3. And I think that's the case for Immortalize. And Brad Cox clearly, gave her a little bit of time to mature, brought her back on the work tab down in Florida at Payson Park. I'm not telling you anything that you don't already know, but his horses have just been training so well at Payson. And we have seen them run well both at Gulfstream over the winter, and we've seen them even off of training at Payson run really, really well here at Keeneland over the course of the meet. So I think Immortalize, she just looked like that really good filly in her 2-year-old season. She just caught a salty field, but she should be ready to rock and roll today off of the layoff for Godolphin and Brad Cox. Mashallah, the 1 horse I'll also be using in there. Paid a lot of money for her. She's a first-time starter for Brendan Walsh. I don't love the rail post position for her for a first-time starter going 6 furlongs. I think you really have to overcome that. But she's well-bred, filly by Maxfield, and she certainly seems like she has a lot of natural talent after looking at work, and then obviously for how much they paid for her. The 3 Episodic is another one, first-time starter, filly by Uncle Mo. Bill Mott, Judd Mott, homebred. I mean, the list goes on and on. This is just a loaded field when you look at the pedigrees.
Yeah, she's a half-sister to a Grade 1 winner, Obligatory, won the Derby City Distaff back in 2022, so close to 4 years back, but a big, deep family, all of those runners in race number 6.
All of them. You look at from literally the rail all the way to the outside with a number 9 in Scope, bred by Dixiana, trained by Rusty Arnold today. I mean, there's so many pedigrees in there. If you like pedigrees, definitely take some time to take a look at all of them in there.
Cold Spell for the Jacksons out of Chalone, who was a stakes winner, and she's a daughter of a gun runner. Yeah, if you're into pedigrees, just pull up the pedigrees on every one of those fillies in race number 6 here today at Keeneland Racecourse. Let's jump into our Clocker report for the afternoon, and we'll begin in race number 8. We're going to focus our attention on the last 2 races 8 and 9. And here's a look at Beach Mandy working on the outside in a half-mile bullet in 47 flat.
Yeah, so this is that first-time starter for Matt Sims that I was alluding to, filly by Omaha Beach. And you take a look at her on the outside, and she just absolutely blows past her workmate there. Ears are pinned back. She looks like she's really motivated to work on this particular day, and everything is coming very easily to her. So I love that workout. She looks like she's been working really well, just a matter of her getting a good trip from the rail post position as she is a first-time starter. And then race number 9, Peachy Canyon in the last race.
And she is the 11 horse. Just to clarify there, she's the 11. Peachy Canyon is the 11 in race number 9, but 3-year-old filly worked a good 48 and change here at Keeneland after arriving from Gulfstream Park. So Beach Mandy, the 1 in race number 8, the 11 Peachy Canyon, the 11 in race number 9. Sailgrad Spotlight staying in race number 9 with the number 5 horse, White Thorn, excuse me, I missed the T, White Thorn. Todd Pletcher, Rapoli Stables, a filly by Not This Time out of the First Dam Cognitive, and they paid $475,000 for her at the Keeneland November sale, and this would have been the racehorse portion of the Keeneland November sale just a couple of months back.
Yeah, good luck to... Is it? Yeah, White Thorn.
There's a T in there.
Yeah, now I see why you messed it up. I messed it up too, and you even corrected yourself. Race number 9. Looking forward to that horse.
Multi-race exotic plays. I'm going to take a swing at the turf pick 3. Races 5, 7, 9 sequence there. And this 5th race, we touched on it, Talbingo is going to be tough in there. I would imagine continue this ascension that he has. Actually, late pick 3. What am I doing? I am all over the place.
You and I both. It's the end of the meet. All right, we just got to hold it
You're doing
together
the pick
for
3.
2 more days.
Turf pick 3.
Yes.
4 and 5 in race number 7. That's Ottawa and Ontario. You got the speed. You've got Ottawa who's going to be closing. That's the idea there. Race 8, 1, 2, and 10. Beach Mandy, the one that's working well. Aegis for Joe Sharp, who comes out of some very difficult races at Fairgrounds. I think she ends up being the favorite. And then the number 10 horse to the outside, Poise for Steve Asmussen with that huge pedigree in that 6-furlong dirt sprint. And then 1, 2, and 6 to close things out, with American Debutante being the top selection, but backing myself up with Miss Farrow and the 2-horse Mary Louise.
All right, good luck with your late pick 3. $3 minimum there as I take a look at another $3 minimum. Gabby's Turf Pick 3 here, and race number 5 kicks off the Turf Pick 3 sequence, and I just go to the 2 and the 8 in this event. The 2, Talbingo. I'll talk more about that horse in a minute. Looks like you and I are both on that horse today. And then Soleil Volant on the outside for trainer Graham Motion. Has competed against Graded Stakes Company in the past, and I think this is a good spot for him here today from a class standpoint. Race number 7, I'm putting all chips in on the number 4, Ottawa. I think she comes into the race with a really good effort last time out, despite kind of a moderate pace and a strung out field. Added distance and turf is going to help her. And then we get to the 9th race, and that's where I have lots of coverage. I love that race, Scott. The last race, 1 mile and an eighth on the turf. There's so many different ways to go, but I used a couple of different horses in here, including the 3, 5, 9, 11, and the 12.
So those are our multi-race exotic tickets best angles segment. Let's go to race number 4 to start. It's a maiden auction restricted race, 7 furlongs the distance for straight 3-year-olds, and Kokomo Joe can make the leader sit close. That's the idea that I have with this Motown colt for owner Joe Hancock and Matthew Sims. Here's his only race. His career debut came at Turfway Park on March 5th, up close to the pace that day, flattened out to finish 3rd. At least he showed something. He was bet that day. He's come down here to Keeneland. He's had, 4 workouts since at least, and they cranked him up to 47-2 on the 26th of March, and then 101 flat, and then a nice easy maintenance workout. So he's ready to go. He's going to be ready to go this afternoon. I like him on top. Kokomo Joe in race number 4. What is his morning line? I failed to see that. He is 3-1. So it's not going to be a big price, and especially with Nay Baby being scratched, I think his price comes down, but dropping the $20 win hammer to get some money for the Turf Pick 3 and the late Pick 3. All
right, I like it. I am going to continue talking about Talbingo.
Let's go.
I mean, I feel like a quarter of the show has been dedicated to Talbingo, but here we go. And the reason why I think he is going to take advantage of a paceless race, I kind of started to look at other horses in here that have gone this distance and they find themselves a few lengths off the pace. I mean, even Soleil Volant to the outside, he can track a little bit, maybe a length off of it. But Talbingo, he's now stretching out from 7.5 furlongs. I know he closed in his race last time out. 7.5 furlongs at Gulfstream is very different from 1 mile and an eighth at Keeneland. So I think he'll be able to find himself with a forward position and just go for it, and nobody's going to be able to catch him in the end. So $25 ticket, simple win bet. And on top of that, he's hit number 30. Selling in the April sale tomorrow.
Yeah. So he could. The horses in the April sale that are running today are very, very live.
Right there.
There he is.
Talbingo.
I'll let him cover me
30.
up. Let's go to Tom Leach for his long shot play of the day.
Long shot play comes in race 9. It's the 3-horse Olotz. Ran well off a long layoff. Pedigree to relish the 9 furlongs here, and 3 nice works at Keeneland. Could have Olotz ready to get the win at a price.
Thank you so much, Tom. So that is a look at the day ahead of us, underway in just over an hour at 1 o'clock Eastern time. But I promise we're going to have an opportunity right now to take a look at a workout that happened this morning here at Keeneland Racecourse. Here's a look at Percy's Bar, the Grade 1 Central Make Ashland winner, working a nice half mile in 49-3. And on the bridle, very relaxed, with her stablemate down to her inside.
She really looks like she wants to do more, but just listening to the riders' cues, and she is just a classy filly as well, because you could tell that she wanted to do a little bit more, but she's also classy enough to kind of respond to Luan Machado, who was aboard her for the workout this morning, and then just eases on by that inside workmate. And again, I was so impressed with her workout from last week. How can you not be impressed by that workout as well? She's just, she came out of her last race with 2 really solid workouts going into the Oaks. I mean, I know it's a competitive field, but man, her last race and then the 2 workouts after that puts her in a very good spot.
And you look at her pattern, she's gotten better every step of the way, and off that long layoff from the Breeders' Cup to the Grade 1 Ashland, she even got better in that.
Yeah.
So second off the layoff, and Meaning is going to be a strong player in there, right? The Kentucky Oaks for Michael McCarthy, Bridlewood Farm, Clips Thoroughbred Partners, Bella Ballerina. Gotta like how she's been working here at Keeneland as well. She's now over at Churchill Downs. Counting Stars, she's earned one of the bigger speed figures of the entire group of fillies with her performance in the Grade 2 Fantasy. So it's a very, much like the Derby, maybe the Derby's a little bit more sorted at the top end, say top 3, but maybe not as much when it comes to the Kentucky Oaks fillies next Friday.
How many times have you been asked who do you like in the Derby?
Not as many as I normally am, like
really?
Maybe 3 or 4.
Okay.
You got to wait till the draw.
That's essentially, I did a charity event the other night where we talk about Derby horses and our picks, and I have just been burned so many times with liking horses and then them drawing inside post positions. It's just really tough. You have to wait till the draw. I have my opinions. They still need to be refined. I want to look at some of those workouts. I mean, I haven't had the time to really dig in to some of the workouts, but you're going to be doing the Kentucky Derby morning breakfast show starting tomorrow.
Yeah, it starts tomorrow.
Love that show. Kind of
7
sad I can't participate because it's one of the best shows all year round. So hopefully I can glean a little bit more information.
Yeah, from 7 to 9 a.m. you'll be able to catch that over on FanDuel and the FanDuel Racing YouTube channel. But it sounds to me like you finally come around to this idea that Post 1 is not very good in the Kentucky Derby, because there was a couple of years ago where you were selling us on the idea, and I forget how you mapped it out.
I don't care what kind of gate is there. The rail is really hard in the Derby, and I don't know. Yeah, trust me, it's taken years of research, and I don't know. I can go back and the one will win this year, right?
We live and learn.
Yeah.
For Gabby, I'm Scott. Enjoy this beautiful day of racing here at Keeneland.
In 2026, the Breeders' Cup returns to hallowed ground in Lexington, Kentucky, to Keeneland, where rolling bluegrass pastures give way to epic showdowns and legendary victories.
White line now beginning to move on the outside. It is white line. Breeders' Cup Classic win.
It's a perfectly timed sale.
When you're racing in a place like Keeneland, it gets everybody's adrenaline pumping, and then to be able to transfer that adrenaline right down into the sales environment.
Sales, a great addition, I think, to the end of the meet. Everyone's want to participate, so it's fun to pick up a horse.
It's a great sale to find a horse with potential.
Got to see them on the track and see how they perform.
Really kicking off Derby week.
Welcome you to the April Selected Horses of Racing Age sale. Good to have you back with us.
There's a reason why Toyota is America's best-selling retail brand. It's the quality, dependability, and reliability that you expect from Toyota. And that starts right here in the USA, where Toyota has invested over $49 billion into 11 different manufacturing plants, including the newest one, a battery plant for its electric and hybrid vehicles. There are now 13 different Toyotas built in the USA, with more on the way. America drives Toyota. Let's go places.
Dear racing fans, we've been waiting for you. We've been working, prepping, training, putting together thrilling races, new spaces, favorite traditions, and fresh experiences. From right on the rail to the top of the hill. Whether it's your first meet or your 50th, we can't wait to welcome you back this spring. Love, Keeneland.
Keeneland welcomes Mary Schaffner to the paddock. Mary, a member of the Louisville classic rock band Frequency, has been performing the national anthem on a regular basis for 17 years, including performances for Kentucky Derby Week, Lexington Legends, and the Cincinnati Reds. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we'd watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Keeneland is proud to recognize Stacy McClellan with Mutuals as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Stacy. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland. Time for a check of the John Deere track conditions. The main track is fast. The turf is firm. The rail at 30 feet. On the turf course today, now the changes beginning in the first race. Starts the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes. Also begins the early pick five. No carryover, no changes in that first event. In race 2, that's where the early pick 4 gets underway. Overweight, number 3 through the years. The jockey 2 pounds over. Overweight, number 9, Randy's Rascal, the jockey 2 pounds over. Third race, no changes. Fourth race starts the pick 6, no carryover. In the fourth race, scratch number 4, Cerberus. Scratch the 6, Nay Baby. Scratch the 7, No Politics. That's the fourth race. Scratch number 4, Cerberus. Scratch the 6, Nay Baby. Scratch the 7, No Politics. Jockey change on the 2, Itchy. That'll be Gabriel Saez, the jockey. Number 2, Itchy. Make the jockey Gabriel Saez. Also, please note, contrary to the program, number 376 is a gelding. Number 376 is a gelding. Race 5. Starts the late pick 5, no carryover. Also starts the Keeneland Turf pick 3. In race 5, contrary to the program, number 1, Versus, first time reported gelding. Number 1, Versus, first time reported gelding. Sixth race starts the late pick 4. Scratch number 3, Episodic. Scratch number 4, Rogue Agent. And scratch the 5, Magic Woman. That's the sixth race. Scratch number 3, Episodic. Scratch the 4, Rogue Agent. And also the 5, Magic Woman. Seventh race is where the $3 late pick 3 begins. In that seventh event, scratch number 3, Worry Be Gone. Also scratch number 8, Sheila's Lion. That's the seventh race. Scratch number 3, Worry Be Gone. And scratch the 8, Sheila's Lion. Please note number 11, Gigi's World, draws into the race. The jockey 2 pounds over. Number 11, Gigi's World, draws into the race. The weight +2. Also, please note number 12, Less is Best, draws into the race. Jockey as programmed. Eighth race. Scratch the 9, Army's Marauder. That's the 8th race. Scratch number 9, Army's Marauder. Ninth and final race, no carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 15. They did not draw into the race. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton.
Thank you so much, Kurt Becker. We are down to our final 2 days of racing here this spring meet at Keeneland Racecourse, and we've got 9 races out in front of us on the afternoon. First post at 1 o'clock Eastern time. Our featured event will be race number 7, 1.5 miles on the turf course. It's a first level allowance race. I think the primaries in this field lie right in the middle. The 4 Ottawa, the 5 horse Ontario, and then the number 6 horse Tricky Kitty, who comes into this race off of a 1.5 mile try up at Turfway Park. A couple of horses in our featured event will be showcased at the Keeneland April sale tomorrow right after the races. Tricky Kitty will be hip number 31, and then Less is Best, the number 12 horse, will be hip number 16. So some potential updates coming in our featured race, race number 7 on this Thursday card. Don't forget, we also have another Keeneland Turf Pick 3 that will begin in race number 5. Races 5, 7, and 9 is the sequence there. And then also the $3 late pick 3 that will get underway with race number 7 on this 9-race card, our penultimate day of racing this spring at Keeneland.
Beautiful day for this Thursday afternoon card at Keeneland, and the horses are in the paddock for our opener. It's a claiming event for 3-year-olds. The claiming price is $50,000. The distance, 1 mile and a 16th on the main track. And we're looking at the heavy favorite Gethsemane at 3-5 for Brad Cox, who has a big lead in the race to be the top trainer at this spring meet, and Arad Ortiz Jr., the rider, who has solid advantage over his closest pursuer, Luis Saez, heading into today's penultimate card of the spring meet. Those connections, no doubt, part of the reason that Gethsemane is attracting so much money, but also, of course, ran well here earlier in the meet on the opening weekend, going 1 mile and a 16th, the same distance, came up to contend, turning for home, got to second, and then was passed by 2 horses in the stretch to finish third, beating a little less than 7 lengths. Thailand, a well-regarded runner who was victorious that day. And then 3 starts back, Reagan's Honor, a horse from the Cherie DeVaux barn that came back and ran in the Toyota Bluegrass Stakes that same day. So this horse has been hooking some tough company. And Gethsemane now with this spot going up against Claiming Company for the first time, getting pounded at the windows at 3-5. And you can understand why. My second choice, I went to the 3, getting a little bit of a price there at 8-1 on Colt 47. Colt 47, if you go back to the last time this horse was in a similar condition, it was early November at Churchill Downs, running against $50,000 at the $50,000 claiming level and won by 4+ lengths. So that was a nice victory. Went into a starter race after that. Went into the Risen Star race, the grade 2 at the fairgrounds, 2 starts back. Now, was a big long shot that day behind Paladin and Chip Honcho, and didn't run particularly well, but that was a stellar lineup. Dropped down from that level and ran a little better last time out. Only horse in the race with more than 1 victory, and that's because of the win at the claiming level. So Keith DeSorbo saddles this one. James Graham in the saddle on Colt 47, coming in from the fairground circuit. A lot of 2-turn experience for this one. Last 4 races having been at 1 mile and the 16th or 1 mile and 70 or better. Third choice for me was another bit of a price play, and that was Spirit of a Walk-On for Dale Romans and jockey Corey Lannery. This horse caught a couple of really nice maiden fields last September at Churchill, and then in a turf debut here at the Keeneland meet in October. So we're well-regarded winners of those 2 races. This horse has a good bit of speed that could be useful from that inside draw, and this horse got off a little slowly last time, didn't get up to the front, still was able to close and run pretty well. So that was actually an encouraging performance, given that this horse figured to be on or near the lead and didn't get anywhere close because of the poor start. So maybe some improvement could be possible for Spirit of a Walk-On. Just thought it was a well-matched group behind the heavy favorite Gethsemane in here. This race starts the 50-cent early, pick 5. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. 3-year-olds with a claiming price of $50,000. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No changes in the first race. Double and pick 3 wagering here. Start of the early pick 5. The main track is fast. The turf is firm today, and the rail at 30 feet on the turf course. Post time in 7 minutes.
Let's take a look at one of the ones we didn't talk about in the paddock, and that is Jeter from the Brad Cox barn. Horse coming off a spectacular race last time out. Took a big drop down from Maiden Special Weight Company on the synthetic, which was what he was in first time out. Didn't run well at all, but dropped down to Maiden 12.5 and rumped, winning by 10 1/4 lengths coming from just off the pace. So if this one can parlay that improvement into something even a little better today, perhaps could have a shot to knock off the big favorite in here, which is the stablemate, Gethsemane. Brad Cox's other runner in here. Gethsemane coming off an impressive performance on the opening weekend card at Keeneland. Finishing third behind Thailand, well-regarded runner that day, and beaten a little less than 7 lengths. And Gethsemane moving well out on the track, looks good. You can understand from the way the horse looks and the way he has performed why he would be at 3-5 right now in this race that starts the early pick 5, pool approaching $200,000. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. Moving into line, first race. Spirit of a Walk-On comes forward. Now, So Special. Be a first wire finish. Colt 47. Jeter, and then 2 more to load. Politics coming forward. And Gethsemane, the last one. Walking up. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes So Special. So Special out for the lead, but has company in the form of Jeter and Gethsemane to the far outside. Spirit of a Walk-On comes away fourth, and Colt 47. Politics at the back. There goes Gethsemane from the outside up to clear the traffic. It's over to the rail, leads them around the first turn. Gethsemane on top by 2 lengths. Jeter still 3 lanes off the rail, outside of So Special, outside of Spirit of a Walk-On, who hugs the rail, saves the ground, moves up from fourth to third to second within a length of the leader off the turn. Gethsemane leads by a length and a half, now almost 2. Spirit of a Walk-On is second, 3/4 of a length. So Special, then Jeter, Colt 47. Politics last, 24.3 the time for that first quarter. They worked their way up the backstretch as Gethsemane shows the way. Here's Spirit of a Walk-On, finds some running room again toward the rail, starts to move up to apply some mild pressure to the leader at the midpoint of the backstretch. So Special, then Jeter up on the outside. Colt 47. Politics last, 48.96 seconds the time for the first half mile. They go to the far turn. Gethsemane still the leader here. So Special, the gray on the outside, is second by a neck. Spirit of a Walk-On is in third. Colt 47 is fourth. Jeter is wide again on the turn in fifth, 3 lengths off the lead. And Politics 5 from the front is last as they swing down the far side of the course. Gethsemane leading So Special. Jeter to the far outside, tries to gear up to make a run, challenges for second. Spirit of a Walk-On starts to move up again to the inside. They're already past the quarter pole, top of the short stretch. Spirit of a Walk-On is moving up between Gethsemane and then Jeter and then Politics, whose grandstand side in fourth. Spirit of a Walk-On comes after Gethsemane into the final furlong. Gethsemane, Spirit of a Walk-On pokes ahead in front. Gethsemane fights on to the inside. Spirit of a Walk-On has the lead, though, and Spirit of a Walk-On wins the opener for Corey Lannery. Gethsemane across the line in the second position, and then further back, Colt 47 and Politics.
Nice run here from Spirit of a Walk-On under Corey Lannery. You had to go back to last September to find the last time this horse was on the main track. It had been a 1 turf race and then 3 synthetic races since then. Pedigree certainly there to be just fine on the main track, and Spirit of a Walk-On was indeed that today. This 3-year-old Uncle Mo colt getting to run a mile on the 16th for the first time. Really seemed to enjoy it. Second win from 7 lifetime starts now. Upsetting the 4-5 favorite is the one, Spirit of a Walk-On at 9-2 to start the early pick 5.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race: number 1, Spirit of a Walk-On, first. Number 6, Gethsemane, second. Number 3, Colt 47, third. And number 5, Politics, fourth. 1635, unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, number 1, Spirit of a Walk-On, owned by the Albaugh Family Stables, LLC of Dennis Albaugh, trained by Dale Romans, the jockey Corey Lannery. Spirit of a Walk-On, a 3-year-old son of Uncle Mo, out of Delta's Kingdom by Animal Kingdom, bred in Kentucky by Alan Poindexter and Ashford Stud. Mile and a 16th, 1 minute 45.13 seconds over the fast main track. First race results official 1635, the official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming. The turf is firm, the rail at 30 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering and start of the early pick 4. Overweight, number 3, Through the Years, the jockey 2 pounds over. And number 9, Randy's Rascal, the jockey 2 pounds over.
Second race is on the turf. In fact, this starts the 50-cent early pick 4 as well. 5.5 furlongs, named the Headley, for maiden 2-year-olds. And I tried to beat the favorite in here with this one, the 4, Automatic Press, for trainer George Weaver, jockey Luis Saez, so strong connections there. The Weaver barn, 25% with first-time starters, 20% according to the Daily Racing Form with first time on the turf. So a couple of strong numbers there, and at 8-1, thought that one was worth a shot to upset the big favorite in here, but Automatic Press has taken a good bit of money, now down to 7-2, and the current second choice, although if you look at the will pays for the double, the 8 and the 9 are probably going to come down a bit. Let's go to the 3 through the years. Currently the 3-2 favorite for trainer Wesley Ward. This one's by Nay Never, the filly. And Nay Never loved this turf course. So that is something that this one has going for her, as well as the fact that she has worked well. Look at that work back on the 11th of April. 35-2, best of 61, going 3 furlongs here at Keeneland. So through the years, a lot to like about it. And at 8-5, has ticked up just a notch because some of these other runners are taking a little extra money. The 2 is Tolstoy for trainer Brendan Walsh. Flavien Pratt in the saddle. By the way, it's Rosario is the mount on through the years. Tolstoy is a first-time starter as well by Frosted out of a Flintshire mare. Flintshire, an outstanding turf marathon runner. This horse is coming up from Florida. Been training for Brendan Walsh down at the training center down there, and not getting quite the attention in the betting that was expected. This was the second choice on the morning line at 4-1, has floated up to 9-1 as we come up to post time for the Headley here in race 2. We'll talk about a couple of the other runners that are taking some money once we get them out on the track, which is about 16 minutes away. Race 2 starts the 50-cent early pick 4.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, the Headley. Maiden special weight for 2-year-olds, 5.5 furlongs over the turf-listed firm, the rail at 30 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. Overweight, number 3 through the years, the jockey 2 pounds over. Number 9, Randy's Rascal, the jockey 2 pounds over. Post time at 7 minutes.
Take a look at a couple of the runners that we didn't talk about in the paddock. One of them's Wartime, the 8-horse in here, 5-1, just half a notch up from the 9-2 morning line. First-time starter by Warfront out of a Medaglia d'Oro mare, so certainly bred to relish the surface and probably even more distance. Really sharp workout last time out. That was on the 16th of April. Breezing from the gate in 35-2. Best of 17 that day, according to the workout report. This one from the barn of trainer Steve Asmussen and Jose Ortiz, who had a big day yesterday, is in the saddle. Let's take a look at the 9, Randy's Rascal. And this one's taking a lot of money. 10-1 was the morning line, 4-1 right now. And that's the 4-1 second choice for trainer Ben Colebrook and jockey Luan Machado. The trainer and jockey, respectively, for Percy's Bar, winner of the Central Bank Ashland here on the opening day card at Keeneland and headed to the Kentucky Oaks. Randy's Rascal is a first-time starter by Blue Point, and this one's been working steadily here at Keeneland, which is the home base for the trainer. Had a bullet workout of 35-1 back in mid-March. Most recent workout, a little more relaxed, going 4 furlongs, but like to see those 4 furlong works, a couple of them for this horse, since this race is going 5.5 furlongs on the turf. Normally these 2-year-olds are going 4.5 up to this point, but first time they go on the turf for the babies, and they're going to run an extra furlong, 5.5 furlongs in this one. The Headley, race 2, starting the early pick 4. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the Headley, start of the early pick 4. Moving into line, race 2. ZR1 comes forward. Here's Tolstoy. Through the years, walks up. Automatic press. JoJo Dude waits. Silver Jewel comes forward. 3 more to load, including Cross Power. Wartime walking up. Wartime moves in. Randy's Rascal, the last one. Last one walks up. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. Randy's Rascal broke alertly. JoJo Dude through the years kicks in. Through the years now goes to the front. Wartime is there. ZR1 in tight down toward the inside here early. Randy's Rascal backs away far outside in 4th. JoJo Dude is now in 5th. Automatic press moves up 1 spot. A lane off the rail from 6th. The gap of 5 more lengths back to Tolstoy in 7th position. Cross Power is 8th toward the outside. And Silver Jewel is 9th and last at the back as the field heads off the end of the backstretch. 21.83 seconds the time for the opening quarter through the years, leading Wartime by a length and a half, by 2 lengths around the far turn. And then ZR1 is 3rd by just a neck off the turn. Randy's Rascal is 4th up on the outside, still 8 lengths off the lead. Through the years, leading Wartime off the turn and into the stretch, has the advantage by 3. Wartime has room to the inside, but through the years has the lead. Then a gap of 5 back to JoJo Dude, Randy's Rascal, and Tolstoy runs late 5th toward the inside. Through the years, well out from the rail, still has the lead clear by some 3 to 4 lengths. Tolstoy is running on from between horses, now goes to 2nd. Through the years with Tolstoy running on. Through the years, Tolstoy is coming late to the inside. Through the years, and Tolstoy in the final jump.
Well, through the years, appeared to have put everyone away, even though she was getting a little tired. And then here comes Tolstoy down along the inside for Flavian Pratt. And in that final 16th of a mile, just exploding. This is a 2-year-old colt by Frosted out of the Flintshire mare. And the way this one galloped out, wouldn't be surprised in the pedigree to see this one go on to be even better stretching out later this year. But for now, the debut was impressive for the Brendan Walsh trained and Flavian Pratt ridden Tolstoy, starting the early pick 4 in race 2.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race in the photo. Number 2, Tolstoy first. Number 3, Through the Years second. Number 9, Randy's Rascal third. And number 8, Wartime fourth. 2398 unofficial. Race 2 results official. 2398 the official results. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the Headley, number 2, Tolstoy, owned by Arundel of Alan Cohen, trained by Brendan Walsh, the jockey, Flavian Pratt. Tolstoy, a 2-year-old son of Frosted, out of Transonic by Flintshire, bred in Kentucky by Martin Wickens. Keeneland November graduate Tolstoy, 106 for the 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf. Trophy presentation of the winner's circle for the Headley. Trophy presented to the Connections of Tolstoy. Keeneland's third race upcoming. The main track is fast, double, and pick 3 wagering. No changes, third race.
Race 3 restricted to 3-year-old fillies. It's 6.5 furlongs on the main track, and the claiming price is $30,000 in this race. Took the 6-horse on top, Alta Avenue, thinking I might get a little bit of a price, but not going to happen, it didn't look like. 8-1 on the morning line. Alta Avenue currently down to 2-1. Co-favorite, although a little more money has been bet on the 8. The thing I liked about Alta Avenue is, first of all, second start at the meet. A lot of times you see horses that have that second outing during this short Keeneland meet in the spring or the fall. You see some improvement in that second outing. This horse was in his fourth start last time with David Jacobson, the trainer who's also the owner, and has had some improving numbers, especially in the last couple of starts. So now a fifth outing, a Rad Ortiz Jr. in the saddle, and this one's form has been ticking up of late. That race on opening day was on the sloppy track early in the card and was 7th early, but came running into the stretch and finished 4th, and the winner was a blowout winner. So nice looking winner, Miss Call that day. So even though this horse was beaten almost 11 lengths, she was not that far removed from the rest of the field. So Alta Avenue, I think, has a chance to improve off that performance and get the money in here at odds of 2-1 right now, and looks outstanding here in the paddock. Let's take a look at the morning line favorite now, the 8. That is Gracie's Delight for trainer Wesley Ward, jockey Johnny Velasquez. This one broke the maiden 2 starts back on the synthetic at Turfway Park, going 6 furlongs. Did so with a decisive margin, over 3 lengths that day. Came back against winners for the first time and had the good early speed again, but faded to finish 6th after being just a half length off of the first call. This horse was getting a bit of a wide trip that day, so that might have contributed as well. Pace was pretty solid as well. This horse ran against Percy's Bar, first time out here at Keeneland. 2 starts later, was in a turf maiden race up at Saratoga and hooked Cy-Fair, who came back to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. So really faced some good ones early on. And now Gracie's Delight, coming off a maiden-breaking win in maiden special weight company 2 starts ago, trying to get the win against $30,000 claimers in this spot. 1 win, 2 runner-up finishes from 6 starts. Third choice, or actually the second choice on the morning line, was Maya Papaya at 7-2, but has floated up to 8-1 right now. This one really woke up last time, winning by 10.5 lengths under Ben Curtis, who rides back here for trainer Whit Beckman. This horse, on a sloppy track at the fairgrounds, went to the front and never looked back. Showed good speed in the previous start as well, but that was against maiden special weight company. Took a steep drop down to the maiden 15,000 level to pick up the victory. Now facing tougher competition in this spot, but only 3 lifetime starts, so there still could be some improvement left, certainly for Maya Papaya. Those are the top 3 for me in race number 3. 14 minutes to post, and we'll be back to check in again when they get out on the track.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. $30,000 the claiming price for these 3-year-old fillies. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Post time in 5 minutes.
Three-horse is taking a little bit of money as we come up to post time for race number 3. That's Evolution, 10-1 on the morning line, but down to 5-1 right now. John Ortiz, the trainer, had a nice winner early in the meet. Edgar Morales is in the saddle on this one for the first time. 2 wins from 9 lifetime starts. Last 3 races have been in stakes company, including a victory in a stakes race 2 back. Correction, the victory came an allowance company back at Gulfstream Park last fall. But those last 3 in stakes company and 3 back, the one at Tampa in the Sandpiper, it's a nice effort. Finished 3rd, beaten just a little less than 7 lengths. Last 2 races didn't go so well, but off a little bit of a freshening and a couple of training moves here at Keeneland. Perhaps we'll see some improvement today from Evolution, the 3-horse. If you're looking for a price, maybe consider the 1 down on the inside. Final Shipman, 6-1 on the morning line, but has floated up to 13-1. 2 starts back, this one hooked Debbie Doll. Nice horse out at Oaklawn and showed the early speed, did Final Shipman, while tracking from the outside, breaking from the 7-hole, and then maybe pace was just a little too hot and she backed out of it, but still a solid effort against a good field there, and I would think she might have a better opportunity to get to the winner's circle in this group than she did in that group, so that could give you a chance to find one at a little bit of a price there. Final Shipman, the 1 down on the inside. 3rd race, fillies age 3 for a claiming tag of $30,000. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 3rd race. Moving into line third race. Final shipment comes forward. Here's Traject. Alta Avenue. The Turkish Pistachio. Fermi walks up. Along with Evolution. Maya Papaya with Gracie's Delight, the last one coming forward. Last one goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. There goes Maya Papaya with Gracie's Delight to the outside. These two come forward, and the opening strides. Evolution will be third down toward the inside. Alta Avenue away fourth. Turkish Pistachio looks for some running room. A lane off the rail, starts to move up carefully there in between horses. Now goes to fourth within 2.5 lengths of the lead. Then further back, Final Shipment against the rail. Now travels along back in the fifth position as they head on to the far turn. It is followed by Fairby to the outside. Traject now drops out to the back, 22.85 for the opening quarter. Gracie's Delight leading Maya Papaya with Gracie's Delight against the rail around the far turn. 3/4 of a length the advantage. Maya Papaya goes second by 2 lengths. Turkish Pistachio goes third, 1.5 lengths. Evolution is in fourth, comes off the rail, moves up 1 spot from between horses past Alta Avenue, who is nearly 10 lengths off the lead in fifth. Gracie's Delight leading Maya Papaya to the top of the stretch, 1/4 mile to go. Gracie's Delight leads it by a length. Maya Papaya second by 4 as they turn for home. Evolution is third. Turkish Pistachio is in fourth. Final Shipment is fifth on the outside, but still 10 from the front. Gracie's Delight kicks on past the 8th pole, 5 lengths to the good, now 6. Battle is on for second, though. Maya Papaya has the spot. Final Shipment runs late on the outside. 16th to go for Gracie's Delight and John Velasquez. Final Shipment runs up to grab second, but it will be Gracie's Delight to win it. Final Shipment was home second. Maya Papaya third, close for fourth.
Gracie's Delight, decisive win here under Johnny Velasquez for trainer Wesley Ward. 3-year-old filly by American Pharaoh was coming out of a race in which there were 2 next out winners among the top 3. And maybe that level of competition just a little too much at that time for Gracie's Delight. So on the drop down today, a decisive victory. And the second win in 7 lifetime starts. The price horse we talked about, Final Shipment, with a nice run under Julian Leperoux to get up and get second. But Gracie's Delight gets the win in race number 3.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 8, Gracie's Delight first. Number 1, Final Shipment was second. Number 4, Maya Papaya third. And number 6, Alta Avenue fourth. 8146 unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, number 8, Gracie's Delight, owned by For the People Racing Stable, LLC, of Mike Morgan, trained by Wesley Ward, the jockey John Velasquez. Gracie's Delight, a 3-year-old American Pharaoh filly out of Ultima D by Scat Daddy, bred in Kentucky by For the People Racing, Andrew Farm, and Global Sports Management, and others. 6.5 furlongs, 1 minute 17.93 seconds. Results official, 8-1-4-6, the official results. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, doubled in pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6, no carryover. Main track is fast, turf firm, the rail at 30 feet on the turf course today. In this fourth race, scratch the 4, Cerberus, scratch the 6, Nay Baby, and scratch the 7, No Politics. The jockey for the 2, Itchy. Jockey is Gabriel Saez. Number 2, Itchy. The jockey will be Gabriel Saez. And a reminder, contrary to the program, number 3, 76, is a gelding.
Race 4 starts the $1 minimum pick 6 on our Thursday card. It's a maiden auction race. These are 3-year-olds that either sold or RNA'd for $65,000 or less in their most recent auction. They'll go 7 furlongs on the Keeneland main track. Big favorite at 6 to 5 is Kokomo Joe for trainer Matthew Sims. Dylan Machado in the saddle on this one. And he was aboard last time out at Turfway on the 5th of March in a similar kind of race. Showed some good early speed, was second turning for home, and then was caught by a couple of rivals, or passed by one of the closing rivals in the stretch to fade to third, but beaten only a little better than 5 lengths that day. So a solid effort for the son of Motown. And Kokomo Joe taking a lot of money at 6 to 5, and that is understandable. Has had several works here over the Keeneland main track, and they all appear to be solid. Let's go to the 9, Gentleman Jim, or trainer John Ennis and Danny Sheehy in the saddle on Gentleman Jim, out of his stall and making his way around the walking ring here at Keeneland. Gelding by Flame Away has raced at this level the last 3 outs, this maiden auction type of race, 2-6 or 6.5 furlongs, and then a mile race, 2 turns last time. So cutting back from a mile to 7 furlongs. I like that angle. This horse ran solidly in all 3 of those outings. 4th last time, 5th before that, 3rd, 3 back. And those were some solid fields for the level. The race 3 back produced a next out winner. Gentleman Jim with a opportunity to try to upset the favorite, but not a big price here, down from 4 to 1 to 5 to 2. The 4, 6, and 7 are scratched, so some other horses are taking money, like the 2. Itchy was 20 to 1 on the morning line, but down to 9 to 2 right now. Jock changed to Gabriel Saez for Scott Barker, the owner, who's also the trainer. I thought this one was worth a look, even though it is moving up in class. It's a 3-year-old Audible gelding, and with the Audible pedigree and out of a Lemon Drop Kid mare, certainly every reason to believe that this horse will like more distance and gets a little bit more, an extra half a furlong over those last 2 starts. And there were solid efforts, a 4th last time, a 2nd 2 back, albeit again at lower class level, but now with 4 races under his belt and with the pedigree to handle even more distance, the stretch out might move this one up just a bit, currently at 5 to 1. $1 pick 6 starting here in race number 4. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, maiden auction, 3-year-olds. The auction threshold, $65,000, 7 furlongs over the main track listed fast. Doubled and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6, no carryover. Main track fast, turf is firm, rail at 30 feet on the turf course. In this fourth race, scratch the 4, Cerberus, also scratch the 6, Nay Baby, and scratch the 7, No Politics. A reminder, Gabriel Saez is the jockey. Number 2, Itchy, the jockey, is Gabriel Saez. Contrary to the program, number 3, 76, is a gelding. Post time is 6 minutes.
Those bright pink silks make it easy to follow. Number 3, 76 in here for trainer Bobby Medina. Jockey Joel Rosario. First-time starter, 3-year-old gelding. And he's by Independence Hall, who was an impressive winner of the Fayette Stakes a few years back here at Keeneland. So this one has every right to like the track in the first outing. 76 is at 5-1, down from a 10-1 morning line, but with 3 scratches. Odds were going to drop on some of these horses. This one has worked steadily at the training center over on Paris Pike until the last outing, and they shipped over to Keeneland to get a workout in from the gate, going 4 furlongs here at Keeneland. Just appeared to be something along the lines of a maintenance move, nothing especially fast, but did get familiar with the racetrack. 6-1, the current price on 76. The even money favorite is Kokomo Joe. Nay Baby, the morning line favorite, was scratched, so Kokomo Joe, not surprisingly, has dropped, but a big drop from 3-1 down to the even money price currently. This one making his second lifetime start, a son of Motown. Again, from a bit of a wide post in that field anyway, tracked the leaders, got to second, turning for home, but faded to third, beating a little over 5 lengths that day. Della Machado rides this one back, should be a little more familiar with him from that run at Turfway last month. And Kokomo Joe looking good on the racetrack as the heavy favorite for the start of the $1 pick 6 here in race 4. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, start of the pick six. Your attention, please. A late scratch. On the advice of the state veterinarian, the stewards are scratching number 376. On the advice of the state veterinarian, the stewards are scratching number 376. Superfecta wagers will be refunded. Because of that scratch, we will lose the Superfecta on race 4, and Superfecta wagers will be refunded. Moving into line, race 4. Start of the pick 6. Here's Ghost Driver. Itchy walks up. And now Soho Jimmy with 2 more to load. Kokomo Joe comes forward. Gentleman Jim, the last one. Last one goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. There goes Itchy for the lead. And Soho Jimmy right alongside in the opening strides. Kokomo Joe joins them. Awkward move there, heading onto the backstretch for Itchy, who lost some ground. Now tries to regain some momentum against the rail. Moves back up and puts a head in front. So Itchy is leading by a head to Soho Jimmy, and second by a neck. Kokomo Joe is third. Gentleman Jim is in fourth. And Ghost Driver, the distant trailer, for the move up the backstretch as they head to the far turn. And up front, the three-way shuffle for the lead continues. Itchy against the rail leads it by just a half length. Soho Jimmy second by a neck. And then Kokomo Joe to the far outside. It'll be wide to that far turn. 23.16 seconds the time for the opening quarter. And those front three now stalked onto the turn by Gentleman Jim, and still a big gap, better than 15 lengths as they race around the far turn to the distant trailer as they move toward the top of the stretch. Ghost Driver is last, but up front it's Itchy with the lead, and Kokomo Joe to second. Now Gentleman Jim to third, and Soho Jimmy has lost ground back to fourth. A quarter mile to go. Itchy, Kokomo Joe, Gentleman Jim to the far outside. These three separated by a half length off the turn. Gentleman Jim swings up to the far outside to challenge Kokomo Joe for the lead. Itchy now backs up to third. They're moving by the 8th pole. It is Kokomo Joe and Gentleman Jim. Gentleman Jim outside and Kokomo Joe to the inside. Kokomo Joe has the lead a half length. Gentleman Jim is right there, but still second past the 16th pole. Kokomo Joe with the advantage now by a length. Kokomo Joe, Dylan Machado to win it. Gentleman Jim was across the line in second, and then further back it'll be close for third, either Soho, Jimmy, or Itchy for that third spot.
Top two choices in the wagering duke it out down the stretch here at Keeneland. And it is the favorite, Kokomo Joe, who prevails over the second choice, Gentleman Jim. Kokomo Joe winning in his second lifetime start. And Dylan Machado picks up his second win at the spring meet aboard this 3-year-old colt by Motown. Moved to the lead, turning for home, and finishes strong. Gentleman Jim well ahead of third place. Nice effort from Kokomo Joe to start the pick six.
Unofficial results, Keeneland's fourth race. Number 8, Kokomo Joe first. Number 9, Gentleman Jim second. Number 5, Soho Jimmy third. And number 2, Itchy was fourth. 8-9-5-2 unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, number 8, Kokomo Joe. Owned by Joe Hancock and trained by Matthew Sims, Dylan Machado, the jockey. Kokomo Joe, a 3-year-old son of Motown out of Don't Charge It by Take Charge Indy, bred in Kentucky by Jake Ballas. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 126.17. Results official. 8-9-5-2, the official results. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. The turf is firm and the rail at 30 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering started the late pick 5 and also started the Keeneland turf pick 3. A reminder, contrary to the program, number 1, Versus is a gelding. First time reported gelding, number 1, Versus.
Race number 5 now 19 minutes away from post time. It will kick off 2 important wagering opportunities. The late pick 5, the pool over $124,000. And this is the first leg, the kickoff leg of the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Races 5, 7, and 9. The sequence there as we see the 2-horse Talbingo getting revved up down in the paddock, and he's gotten settled back on his feet. So precarious situation there for a moment. We'll see how the remainder of this tightening of the girth and getting the saddle on goes for Talbingo, who is currently sitting at 7-5. I do believe they still have to put the overgirth on. Don't notice that just yet, but nonetheless, worth noting on Talbingo and keeping an eye on this favorite. He deserves to be favored. This is a gelding who has risen through the ranks throughout his career, broke his maiden for $25,000 December of 2024, has taken advantage of Starter Allowance Company, won an allowance race at Gulfstream 2 starts ago, and then recently jumped into a 2 of the then allowance race and finished a very good second at Gulfstream, going 7.5 furlongs. So a son of Classic Empire at 3-2. He's going to go 1.1 miles this afternoon. I think that benefits him as well. But this race has come up perfectly for Talbingo to continue to pick up victories. He's looking for his 5th lifetime score in the span of just 8 races. So he's my top play, 3-2. We'll see him also in the Keeneland April sale tomorrow night after the races as hip number 30. The number 8 horse comes up next in my selections. Soleil Volant for trainer Graham Motion. Comes out of the Grade 3 Hill Prince up in New York. That was last year when he was still a 3-year-old. So this is a move into older horse competition, at least in 2026. He ran against older horses a couple of times earlier last year as a 3-year-old. But Soleil Volant, he won the Kent Stakes at Delaware on soft going. 1.1 miles is not going to be an issue whatsoever. He's definitely a player in here coming out of those stakes races and showing up in this allowance condition here this afternoon. And then down on the rail, the number 1 horse, Versus for Kelly Breen, 13-1 on a 'Tis the Law colt. He ran well in the Kent Stakes behind Soleil Volant. Couple starts back in September. He was rallying over that soft going last time out. The pace was very fast in the showing up stakes at Gulfstream Park on the 1st of November. So the pace is not going to be what he encountered in that race. And he's got a good inside draw. Luis Saez on this son of 'Tis the Law. He's a player at 13-1 if you're looking for a better price than that of the 2 and 8, at least what they're offering us at the moment here at Keeneland Racecourse. Good luck. 16 minutes to post. Race 5. Start of the late pick 5. Start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race. The ups and downs, an allowance for 4-year-olds and up at 1 1/8 over the firm turf with the rail at 30 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 5 and start of the Keeneland turf pick 3. A reminder, number 1 Versus, first time reported gelding. Post time in 7 minutes.
Once again, taking another look at Tal Bingo for Brian Lynch, trainer and owner of this son of Classic Empire. What an investment. $27,000 purchase back in 2022. He's made over $121,000. He's the favorite for a $130,000 allowance race. And also mentioned this paddock side, but worth making note of this. The Keeneland Selected Horses of Racing Age sale, the April sale, as it's affectionately known, will take place tomorrow after the races. And Tal Bingo is in that sale as hip number 30, a horse that just continues to perform in so many different scenarios, whether it be synthetic or dirt or in these allowance races on turf. Tal Bingo, 8-5, deservedly so, to kick off the late pick 5, which gets underway in less than 4 minutes. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fifth race, the ups and downs. Start of the late pick 5, start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. Moving into line, race 5. Versus moves into line, and here is Edgtema. Talbingo. Mount Rundle coming forward. Here's Daunt. Massaro into line. Here's Clyde's Got a Gun moving in. Soleil Volant, the last one. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. There goes Talbingo from the inside, and here comes Massaro from the outside. Massaro kicks in and moves up along with Daunt, who's right there in between horses as they work their way under the line for the first time. Then Talbingo still there toward the rail, just inside now of Massaro. Massaro tries to move by, has the lead 3/4 of a length as Talbingo goes second. Daunt outward from the rail is in third by just a half length into the turn. Versus goes in the 4th position. Edgtema, 1 lane off the rail into the turn in the 5th spot. Clyde's Got a Gun is 6th back toward the inside. Soleil Volant 7th up on the outside, and Mount Rundle last of the 8. Massaro clear with the lead now. It opens up by 3 lengths off the first turn. 23.52 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Massaro the leader up the back stretch. Talbingo goes second by a length and a half. Daunt is third toward the outside by just ahead. To Versus back toward the inside in the 4th spot. Edgtema 5th toward the outside, about 8 lengths off the lead as they reach the midpoint of the back stretch. Clyde's Got a Gun, then Soleil Volant next to last, and Mount Rundle the trailer. 48.77 seconds was the time for the first half mile. Massaro with a 5-length lead as they go to the far turn. Talbingo now starts to pick up the chase from second, 3/4 of a length. Daunt third up on the outside. Versus tries to close some ground against the rail, looks for more running room. Here's Talbingo. Talbingo less than a length off the lead as they move midway on the far turn. Massaro against the rail still leads it by 3/4 of a length. Talbingo takes aim, just over a 1/4 mile to go. Gap of 2 lengths. Versus third by a half length. Daunt his 4th on the outside. The rest have work to do. Top of the lane. Massaro cuts the corner and has the lead. Talbingo again comes after the leader from the outside. These two pass the 8th pole, and then a gap of 5 more lengths back to Edgtema far outside. Versus to the inside. Daunt between that pair. Massaro still the leader. Massaro by 2 in deep stretch. Talbingo still second. Massaro hangs tough. It is Massaro in front. Massaro, Flavian Pratt to win it. It was Talbingo home second, multiple horse photo for show.
Massero changing tactics here today, and boy, did it pay off on this son of Not This Time for CJ Thoroughbreds. And Delia Nash had not made the lead in his previous turf tries, but today does so and keeps on going, scoring at odds of 6-1, holding off the heavy favorites in Talbingo, who rounds out the exacta.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race. Number 7, Massero, finished first. Number 2, Talbingo, was second. Number 1, Versus, was third. And number 5, Edgema, fourth. 7-2-1-5, unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the ups and downs. Number 7, Massero. Owned by C.J. Thoroughbreds of Corey and C.J. Johnson. Owned also by Delia Nash. Trained by Dale Romans. His second win on the card. 2 wins today for jockey Flavian Pratt as well. Massero, 4-year-old son of Not This Time, out of Lemon Liqueur by Exchange Rate. Bred in Kentucky by Delia Nash. Keeneland's September sale grad. The winner gets the mile and an eighth in 1 minute 51.3 seconds. Results still unofficial. Fifth race results are now official at Keeneland. 7-2-1-5. Official. Hurley pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the ups and downs to the connections of Massaro. Keeneland 6th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Main track is fast. The turf is firm this afternoon. In race 6, scratch number 3, Episodic. Scratch the 4, Rogue Agent. And scratch the 5, Magic Woman.
Race number 6, 17 minutes to post. This does start the late pick 4 on the Thursday card here at Keeneland Racecourse. Maiden special weight event, straight 3-year-old fillies sprinting 6 furlongs on the fast main track. A couple of scratches, as you can see on the tote board, the 3, the 4, the 5 withdrawn from this race. And I think that helps Ruby Regent, the 7. Any post position relief you can get. Not that she was out wide to begin with in post 7, but she moves in those 3 slots, and she was hung wide on debut from a post position perspective in her debut race a month back at Turfway Park on March 21st. And she ran a credible race. She broke well, maintained that position, finished second in that effort. So moves over to the dirt track here today. She's been working on the Thoroughbred Training Center dirt surface, the sister training facility to Keeneland Racecourse. So I think Ruby Regent, a major player in here, and right now sitting at a pretty decent price on the board at odds of 3-1. We'll go on to the number 6 horse for the second choice. That is Cold Spell, well-bred filly for the Lale Stables for the Jacksons, a daughter of Gunrunner out of a stakes-winning first dam in Chalone. She's getting set for her debut. Wesley Ward, 29% with first-time starters. Johnny Velasquez gets the opportunity to ride this Gunrunner filly, so Cold Spell getting some attention as well. Well, not that much attention. She's 5-1 on the board in this smaller field that we've got lined up for race number 6, but I think you still have to respect her, even though we have yet to see her race thus far at this point in time, but that's about to change here in the next 15 minutes. And the 2 horse Immortalized will round out the top 3 for me. This is the current choice, a Godolphin filly, another daughter of Gunrunner, out of the Grade 1 winning mare Dickinson, Grade 1 winner here at Keeneland in the Jenny Wiley. This is a half-sister rather, to Chapman's Peak, who won on Thursday last week, just a week ago. Her half-brother Chapman's Peak was a winner, so we'll see if this family can keep on rolling. But you look at this filly's lone race, summer of last year at Saratoga, she was 5-1. She finished a pretty well-beaten 4th, beaten 11 lengths behind Tommy Joe and Tennessee Belle, and Tommy Joe would go on and have the type of campaign that we saw from her, picking up a Grade 1 here at Keeneland in the fall. So Immortalized coming into this race fresh off of over 9 months in between races, training down at Payson Park to ship up here to Keeneland to return to the racing here this afternoon. Competitive group, race 6, fillies, 3-year-old fillies, going 6 furlongs to start the late pick 4, which gets underway in 15.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's sixth race, the Maple Hill maiden special weight for 3-year-old fillies, 6 furlongs over the main track listed fast. Doubled in pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 4. Scratch number 3, Episodic. Scratch the 4, Rogue Agent. And scratch the 5, Magic Woman. Post time at 7 minutes.
Race number 6 now front side here after the post parade. We'll start to see these horses warm up for the 6 furlong distance straight 3-year-old fillies. Mashallah, the number 1 horse, is who I want to take a look at, as we are for Brendan Walsh, who's looking for another first out winner, having taken the 2-year-old race earlier this afternoon in race number 2. But this is a filly that was purchased down in Florida last March, over a year ago, for $1.25 million. She is a daughter of Maxfield, that Grade 1 winner, and she is a half-sister to the Grade 1 winner, Hard Aces, who was a Grade 1 winner out at Santa Anita on dirt. So this is the debut for a $1 million plus 2-year-old Mashallah, currently sitting at odds of 4-1. 5 minutes to post. Race 6 started late pick 4. The pool just clicked over 170,000. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Maple Hill. Start of the late pick 4. Moving into line, race 6. Mashallah comes forward. Immortalize. Cold Spell. 3 more to load. Ruby Regent. And then Karma Wins. In Scope will be the last one. Last one walking up. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off. Mashallah comes out running for the early lead. Goes right to the front for that inside starting spot. Opens up by a couple of lengths, so Cold Spell's going to come out of a crowd into the second position, now up within 3/4 of a length of the early leader. Immortalize looks down toward the inside. In third, Ruby Regent fourth between horses. In Scope is going to be a wide fifth over to the far turn. Then a gap of a half dozen more lengths or so back to Karma Wins, who is last. Mashallah is the leader. 22.49 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Cold Spell tries to draw alongside, and In Scope seeks to join that pair to the far outside third, a length off the lead around the far turn. Immortalize waits toward the inside in the fourth position, just over a quarter mile to go. Ruby Regent backs up to fifth, and Karma Wins is last. Mashallah leads. Cold Spell In Scope. Immortalize tries to join that trio off the far turn, swings out to the grandstand side. In Scope comes forward. Mashallah still there to the inside. Cold Spell still there between that pair. Immortalize needs to find more and find it quickly. Mashallah's kicking on past the eighth pole, has the lead out to 2.5 lengths now to Cold Spell. In Scope. Immortalize still fourth, less than a 16th to go. Mashallah, Joel Rosario to win it. It'll be Cold Spell second, In Scope third, Immortalize fourth.
Mashallah, worth the wait. A $1.25 million 2-year-old last year, unleashed in the early stages of her 3-year-old season, and she broke sharp, went fast, and establishes a very fast final time. 109.2 the final time with this daughter of Maxfield. Brendan Walsh, his second win on the day, both with first-time starters. And JR Ranch and Jose Aguirre have a runner on their hands. Mashallah, big things to come, it feels, following that kind of performance.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's sixth race. Number 1, Mashallah, finished first. Number 6, Cold Spell, was second. Number 9, In Scope, was third. And number 2, Immortalize, was fourth. 1692 unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's sixth race, the Maple Hill. Number 1, Mashallah, now the official winner, owned by the JR Ranch of Jose Aguirre, trained by Brendan Walsh, the jockey Joel Rosario. Mashallah, 3-year-old filly by Maxfield, out of All In with Aces by Quiet American, bred in Kentucky by Tailor Made Stallions Incorporated, Lewis Brooks Ranch Limited, and Baysore Stables, and others. The time, 1 minute 9.49 seconds, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. And again, the results official, 1692. In the winner's circle, the Maple Hill Trophy presentation to the connections of Mashallah. Keeneland's 7th and featured race upcoming. The turf is listed firm, the rail at 30 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering. This will start the $3 late pick 3. A reminder, scratch number 3, Worry Be Gone. And scratch number 8, Sheila's Lion. The 11, Gigi's World, draws in. The weight is +2. The 12, Less is Best, also draws in.
19 minutes to post, race 7 here at Keeneland. This will start the $3 late pick 3, races 7, 8, and 9. 9-race card here this afternoon. This a featured event, a mile and a half, A-than allowance condition for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and up. And I don't think it's much of a surprise that Etawa is getting the action that she is at this point in time for Gary Barber, Mark Cassie, daughter of Kingman, who's had one start in the United States. Both Gabby and I on this filly here this afternoon. She's had that one start on the synthetic at Gulfstream Park after kicking off her career at Leopardstown in Ireland, and then also had a start at Dundalk on the synthetic. So you can understand why they decided to go ahead and try her on the synthetic at a shorter distance. But the added distance today should be a big benefit. She's got that European middle distance pedigree, being by Kingman out of a Sayuni first dam. So love this filly in here. Just have to accept the fact that she's likely going to be favored in this race as she sits at 9-5 currently on the tote board. The number 5 horse is the second choice. That is Ontario, 5-1 on the Ghost Sapper mare. The reason I like her, I think she can make the lead. And I think that at a mile and a half, if she can slow things down, we saw Macero a couple of races back slow things down on the front end and keep on going, springing a mild upset back in race number 5. That was going a mile and an eighth. This is a mile and a half. So a little extra distance, obviously, but Ontario could get comfortable. The Keeneland September sale graduate from 2022, $450,000 purchase. Watch out for the speed that she could be able to show here against this group out to the 12 furlong distance. And then finally, Southampton Dock will round out the top 3, 40-1 on the board right now. This is simply playing the pedigree. She's a daughter of English Channel, champion turf runner for Todd Pletcher, had such an outstanding career at stud next door at Calumet Farm, and she's never had the opportunity to go this far. She's now 6. I know she's 2 for 31, but 8 seconds, 7 thirds. She's got the pedigree, and English Channels always seem to get better with age up into their 5- and 6-year-old campaigns. So Southampton Dock, respect her at the very least underneath in your exotics if you're an exotics player here for race number 7. 16 minutes to post, start of the $3 Keeneland late pick 3.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, the Oak Hill, an allowance for fillies and mares age 4 and up, 1.5 miles over the firm turf, rail at 30 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the $3 late pick 3. Scratch the 3, Worry Be Gone, and scratch 8, Sheila's Lion. 11, Gigi's World draws in. The weight is +2. The 12, Less is Best, also draws into the race. Post time at 7 minutes.
Seventh race, 1.5 miles, A of the then allowance race. Tricky Kitty, the number 6 horse, currently the 8-5 favorite for Fergus Galvin, trained by Brendan Walsh. Just a filly that deserves a lot of respect moving back onto the grass, and we look forward to seeing her compete here this afternoon. She's also part of the Keeneland April sale tomorrow. She's hip number 31, the selected horses of racing age sale, and she comes in with a lovely pedigree. She's by Kitten's Joy, her mother a half-sister to the Grade 1 winning millionaire in Trickery. So a lot of upside with Tricky Kitty, who could be sitting on a nice update for the sale tomorrow after the races. And also the number 12 horse, Less is Best, is competing here, and then we'll head over to the Keeneland April sale after the races. 12-1, draws in off the also eligible. Been 3 months since we've seen this daughter of Catholic boy, and we'll see how she handles the 1.5 mile distance here this afternoon. Less is Best for trainer Doug Cowens. Good luck in the upcoming 7th race, 5 minutes to post.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, the Oak Hill. Start of the late pick 3. Moving into line, 7th race. Here's Southampton Dock. Classic Appeal, Smoking Hot Blonde. Ottawa. Jersey's Parade comes forward. Ontario, also Malibu Smart. Getting ready for the feature. Gigi's World awaits. And also Tricky Kitty moving in. Less's Best will be the last one. Comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post, and they're off. There goes Smoking Hot Blonde. Bounds right out for the early lead, but has company. Classic Appeal kicks in down to the inside. And Classic Appeal, determined to have the lead, moves up the rail and has it by 3/4 of a length. Smoking Hot Blonde backs away into the second position. Less's Best far outside, moves wide in third. Awkward move there for Malibu Smart onto the turn. In between horses, tossing her head about, now tries to settle down. A lane off the rail. In fourth by just a half length. Jersey's Parade is fifth back toward the inside. Gigi's World is sixth on the outside. Ottawa near the back of the pack early on, hugged the rail all the way around that far turn to the top of the stretch the first time. Ontario to her outside, Southampton Dock, and then Tricky Kitty, who is last. The opening quarter in 24.82 seconds. Classic Appeal leads it by a length. Smoking Hot Blonde is there, and Less's Best moves up a closer third to the far outside. Malibu Smart looks for running room toward the inside. Got plenty of company, though. Jersey's Parade occupies the spot against the rail. Moves up into fourth by just a neck to Malibu Smart. Gigi's World comes next, still with a circuit to go. First half mile, 50.02 seconds. Ottawa will be toward the rail again, moving on to the second of three turns in this 12-furlong journey, and travels along about 7 lengths off the lead. Ontario to her outside, Southampton Dock, and then Tricky Kitty at the back as they round the turn and head again toward the back stretch. Classic Appeal is the leader. Classic Appeal by just a length. Less's Best has been wide around both turns, up to challenge for second again. Smoking Hot Blonde is still there between that pair, pressing the issue, a half length off the lead, gap of 3. Back to Jersey's Parade in fourth by 3/4 of a length. Malibu Smart fifth up on the outside, midpoint of the back stretch. And then Gigi's World. Ottawa still toward the rail and still running 7 to 8 lengths from the front. Ontario another length behind her to Tricky Kitty next to last. And Southampton Dock trails 1 minute 16.02 seconds for 6 furlongs. On to the final turn. Classic Appeal has a 2-length lead. Smoking Hot Blonde second. Jersey's Parade to the inside third. Less's Best again is wide. Still there though, fourth. And now challenging for second second, moving up within a length and a half of the lead. Ontario going to have to angle toward the center of the course, starts picking off positions. Ottawa's down toward the inside and looks for running room toward the rail. Now has to change lanes off the rail to the top of the stretch. Here's Ontario to challenge Classic Appeal. Tricky Kitty's going to come down the far outside. Ottawa's right to her inside. Ontario's got the lead, though. Ontario by 3 lengths into the final furlong of the feature. Ottawa second to the inside. Tricky Kitty third up on the outside. Ontario still by 3 with a 16th to go. Chased all the way by Ottawa, but it's a futile chase as Ontario wins the feature for Irad Ortiz Jr. Ottawa was home second, Tricky Kitty third, and Malibu Smart was fourth.
A masterclass from Irad Ortiz Jr. on Ontario. He didn't panic about trying to make the lead. He allowed the race to develop out in front of him. And even though the pace was slow, the key to this victory was having the jump on the favorite Ottawa, who was bottled up around the turn. She finally got out in the clear, but Irad had kicked on with Ontario and Joe Sharp. An impressive performance here for this 5-year-old daughter of Ghost Sapper. 5-4-6-10 unofficial in race 7. Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 5, Ontario, finished first. Number 4, Ottawa was second. Number 6, Tricky Kitty, third. And number 10, Malibu Smart, was fourth. 5-4-6-10 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, the Oak Hill, number 5, Ontario, owned by Ellen J. Foxwoods of Jamie Roth, owned by NK Racing of Nancy Favreau, trained by Joe Sharp and the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. Ontario, a 5-year-old mare by Ghost Zapper out of Mexican Hat by Street Cry, bred in Ontario by Narola LLC and Anderson Farms Ontario Incorporated. Keeneland September graduate gets 12 furlongs over the firm turf, 2 minutes 33.42 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Oak Hill Trophy presentation to the connections of Ontario. And the results are official. 5-4-6-10, the official results. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. A reminder, scratch number 9, Army's Marauder.
competition returns to the dirt track here at Keeneland Racecourse for race number 8, fast main track for these 3-year-old filly sprinters. 6 furlongs will be the distance. This will start the late daily double, and we'll close things out race number 9 on the Thursday card with a 1 1/8 turf event. So this race, Aegis, no surprise, the favorite for Joe Sharp. Randall Hartley and owner Tom Durant. Randall Hartley and owner Tom Durant bought this filly for $200,000 back in 2024, and she was turned loose as a 2-year-old last year at the end of her 2-year-old campaign, near the end of it, back in November and December, a couple of third-place finishes. And then she came right back to kick off her 3-year-old campaign, a month removed from her final start at 2 to finish a good second. And then her most recent effort was the best of her career. So she's shown steady improvement, especially in her last couple of races. That last race at Fairgrounds on March 13th, she was beaten just ahead in a race that was running 109.3. If she can get near that time, she's going to be really tough to beat. Blinkers come off this filly for the first time in her racing career, and trainer Joe Sharp, according to the stat line that I have, when he takes blinkers off, winning 24% of the time in that scenario. And Joe Sharp and Irad looking to go back-to-back on the card from our feature 7th race to race number 8 with Aegis. The number 10 horse to the outside, Poise, a first-time starter that is 3-1 on the board. A homebred for Peter Blum Thoroughbreds, daughter of Gun Runner out of the mare Etiquette, a daughter of Tappet. This is a top cross. Through the years, you see gun runners with Tappet mares. There have been so many Grade 1 winners and champions to come from that cross. So here's a filly that's been working over at Churchill Downs. Quick workouts, too, in her last few, going 5/8 of a mile in a minute and change in both of them. So drawn to the outside, Jose Ortiz gets plenty of opportunities from Steve Asmussen, whether it be down in New Orleans or up here in Kentucky. He's going to take the call. Well-bred filly, half-sister to a stakes winner. So watch out for Poise on debut here in race number 8. And then drawing the rail is Beach Mandy, who is 5-1. She's a first-time starter for Matt Sims, who's looking for his second win on the card. He won earlier today with Kokomo Joe, who was a heavy favorite. This filly is not going to be the favorite by any means, but the fact that she's getting attention is encouraging if you like her. She comes into this race with a good gate workout, 47 flat, daughter of Omaha Beach. We'll see how she handles the inside post position, which I'd say is less than ideal, but live on the board at 5-1 is Beach Mandy, the number 1 horse. Just waiting for the riders up call here for race number 8, start of the late daily double. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, the Mount Brilliant, a maiden special weight for 3-year-old fillies, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch number 9, Army's Marauder. Post time at 7 minutes.
Taking a look at the first-time starter, Beach Mandy, worked in 47 out of the gate back on the 16th of April, one of the subjects of the Clocker report this morning on Today at Keeneland, and we have some video to accompany it. She was able to breeze in company with a stablemate, My Lucky Penny, in that 47 flat bullet workout. And this is a very strong workout considering the fact that it was a quick time and she was able to draw clear by 2 lengths in a hand. So impressive workout from Beach Mandy. This is the number 1 horse who is currently sitting at 6-1 on the board. It's just a matter of how she handles this inside post position here today would be the biggest question, as I mentioned before, on Beach Mandy. Good luck in race number 8, 4 minutes to post, start of the late double.
Your attention, please. A late scratch number 3, Haunting Echoes. On the advice of the state veterinarian, the stewards are scratching number 3, Haunting Echoes. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, the Mount Brilliant. Moving into line race 8. Beach Mandy comes forward, along with Mika's Away. Here's Aegis. Too Cool for School goes in as Nutbush City awaits. There's Daring Move. Poise will be the last one. Approaches the gate. Union Roar moves in. Last one walks up. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Nutbush City comes out for the early lead. Beach Mandy right there to the inside. Beach Mandy moves up, takes the lead. Nutbush City will go in the second position. There's Mika's Way moving to her outside, switches to the center of the track, and moves up to take aim on the early leader. Too Cool for School is running along in the fourth position. Aegis fifth back toward the inside. Now has fourth by ahead. 5 lengths off the lead to the far turn. Daring Move further back. Runs along near the back of the pack with Poise early on. And Union Roar is the trailer. 22.46 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Around the far turn they go. Mika's Way moves up to the outside to challenge Beach Mandy. Beach Mandy hugs the rail, leads it by a half length. Mika's Way is second. Then a gap of nearly 10 more lengths back to Too Cool for School, who's trying to take third to the outside of Nutbush City. Poise has better than a dozen lengths to come. Beach Mandy is the leader off the far turn as Nutbush City tries to run toward the rail. Mika's Way has dropped back. Aegis is kicking in. Aegis is switching to the outside. In the meantime, Nutbush City up the inside, so Aegis has to get going. Poise is running from far back. Nutbush City has the lead at the 16th pole. Aegis 2 lengths away, and another 2 back to Poise. Nutbush City, Axel Concepcion for the upset in race 8.
What a turnaround for the daughter of Charlatan off of a disappointing, really non-effort down at the fairgrounds. She brings it here this afternoon for Allied Racing Stable. Trainer Brett Calhoun, Axel in the saddle. She's got this thing wrapped up at this point in time. Aegis, the favorite, was trying to close in, but she couldn't get any closer than about 2 lengths as it's Nutbush City at odds of 32-1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 8, Nutbush City, finished first. Number 2, Aegis was second. Number 10, Poise, third. Number 4, Daring Move was fourth. 8, 2, 10, 4, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, the Mount Brilliant number 8 Nutbush City, owned by Allied Racing Stable LLC of Chester Thomas, trained by Brett Calhoun, Axel Concepcion, the jockey. Nutbush City, 3-year-old filly by Charlatan, out of Forest Lake by Forestry, bred in Kentucky by Jake Delhomme. Keeneland September graduate gets the 6 furlongs in 1 minute 12.39 seconds. Eighth race results official, 8-2-10 for the official results. In the winner's circle, the Mount Brilliant trophy presentation to the connections of Nutbush City. Keeneland's 9th and final race upcoming. The turf is firm, the rail at 30 feet. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 15. They did not draw into the race. Your attention, please. A late scratch. Scratch number 6, American Debutante. Late scratch. Scratch number 6, American Debutante. Scratch by the stewards on the advice of the state veterinarian.
Ninth and final race, 21 minutes to post here at Keeneland Racecourse. This is the race that offers the $1 Toyota Super High 5, mile and an eighth the distance, maiden special weight company for fillies and mares 3 and up. And in case you missed it, big announcement just a few moments back. Kurt Hoover announcing the fact that the 6 horse is a late scratch American debutante. So she was my original top selection. My second choice now becomes my first choice, Mary Louise for trainer Chad Brown, a filly by See the Stars, who is going to get the opportunity to stretch out in ground, and that really looks like it will benefit her. She went a mile and a 16th at Tampa Bay Downs. She picked up several lengths over the course of that run on December 27th when a 2-year-old filly. So it's been a couple of months since we've seen her. In fact, close to 4 months since her last race. So Mary Louise is the top play for me. Flavian Pratt, Chad Brown with the added distance, and Lasix for the first time on top of it. The number 1 horse, Miss Pharaoh for Matthew Sims. She's a battle-tested filly by American Pharaoh. She's finished in the top 3 in 6 of 10 starts, still seeking that first win. She's run pretty solid at these longer distance races, but I do think that you've got to respect fillies that have had a lot of opportunities and run well enough. I mean, she's obviously running against a good group of runners here at Keeneland Racecourse, as she did back in October when they asked her to go a mile and an eighth, and she was third at 16-1. But the experience goes a long way, and she has 10 races under her belt. Watch out for Miss Pharaoh if you're looking for a price here in the nightcap. And then the 11 horse rounds out my top 3. Peachy Canyon for TriStar Farm and trainer Laura Robson, a daughter of Acclamation. 1 start in Ireland before coming here to the United States. She ran on the synthetic. She, too, like the Chad Brown runner, the number 2 horse, made up a lot of ground in a slowly run race on the synthetic. And she's got that stamina long-distance pedigree undoubtedly by Acclamation out of a Frankel First Dam. So she is currently sitting at 2-1 as the favorite in this extremely wide-open race to close things out here in 19 minutes. Good luck. The $1 Toyota Super High 5 race is next in our nightcap.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th and final race, the Magnolia, maiden special weight, fillies and mares age 3 and up. 1 1/8 over the turf, listed firm with the rail at 30 feet. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch the 6 American Debutante. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 15. Post time in 7 minutes.
Longshot play comes in race 9. It's the 3-horse Olats. Ran well off a long layoff. Pedigree to relish the 9 furlongs here, and 3 nice works at Keeneland. Could have Olats ready to get the win at a price.
Four minutes away from the nightcap, and as we take a look at the favorite, the 11-horse warming up, Peachy Canyon, part of the clock report this morning on Today at Keeneland. This 3-year-old filly working 48-1, worked on even terms with her stablemate Miss Ellery, who is a stakes-place daughter of social inclusion for trainer Lauren Robson. So Peachy Canyon, word is out. She's got a good performance when it comes to her U.S. debut on the synthetic. A lot of expectations on this filly, a lot of angles to utilize when it comes to Peachy Canyon, the 11-horse. And then we'll wrap up the frontside conversation for our nightcap with Mike Rapoli's White Thorn. Rapoli stable bought this filly back in 2025 at the November sale for $475,000, part of the Horses of Racing Age portion of the Keeneland November sale. And she has run a couple of times since then. They moved her onto the grass course, first start with them. She finished second, and then she went out to a 1-turn mile at Gulfstream in her next start. So now changing things up again at 1 1/8. Not this time, filly. Big pedigree, IRAD, Todd Pletcher. A lot of things to like about White Thorn, the number 5 horse who is the second choice, just clicked down to 5-2, coming closer to Peachy Canyon in the win polls. 3 minutes to get your plays in for the nightcap. Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's ninth and final race, the Magnolia. Moving into line, ninth race. Miss Farrow comes forward. You're So Vain. Mary Lois. Racontus along with Olots. Here's More Cash Flow. Also Tender Temper. Whitethorn walks up. Marcinkowski awaits. Peachy Canyon moves into line. Don't Look Now, the last one, comes forward. Goes in at the post. Heather off. Here's Miss Farrow from the inside. Rack on Toos from the center of the course comes forward as well. Olotz is up close in between that pair. Peachy Canyon scoots up to the far outside, just outside of Tender Temper. Olotz will have the lead, gets over to the rail, leads it by a length as they head under the line for the first time. Rack on Toos will go in the second position. Miss Farrow is third to the inside. Tender Temper fourth up on the outside. Peachy Canyon going to be 3 lanes off the rail in fifth, heading on to the first turn. Mary Lois is sixth, will save some ground just inside of You're So Vain, and seventh. Whitethorn is toward the inside in eighth around the first turn. Marcin Kowski is in ninth. Don't Look Now is 10th, and then a gap of 8 more lengths back to More Cash Flow, whose last opening quarter 23.37 seconds onto the backstretch. Olotz is the leader. Olotz leads at 3/4 of a length. Rack on Toos is second by a length and a half to Tender Temper toward the outside, and third a half length. Miss Farrow fourth to her inside, and Peachy Canyon fifth outward from the rail as they work off the end of the backstretch. Find some running room there between horses within 3 lengths of the lead. A gap of 2 more lengths back of that one then to You're So Vain, just to the outside of Mary Lois, who's toward the inside, 6 from the front. 2 more then back to Whitethorn. 49.02 seconds, the time for the first half mile. It is Olotz, Rack and Toos 1-2, Miss Farrow, and then Peachy Canyon, who's toward the outside. Peachy Canyon going to be wide around the far turn, moves up carefully to third. Rack and Toos makes a bid for the lead outside of Olotz. Peachy Canyon third, center of the course, top of the stretch. Miss Farrow is fourth toward the inside. Tender Temper is in fifth. Don't Look Now, grandstand side, in sixth. 7 from the lead. Olotz, Miss Farrow to the inside. Peachy Canyon, Rack and Toos. Mary Lois looks for room. Whitethorn comes from the outside. Mary Lois to the inside. Whitethorn from the outside. They've got to catch Miss Farrow, who's got the lead by 3. Whitethorn to second, and Mary Lois still there to the inside third. Miss Farrow in front. Miss Farrow, Mario Gutierrez to win the nightcap. Whitethorn was home second, and then it was Mary Lois back to the inside and third, followed by Peachy Canyon fourth.
Miss Farrow, today was her day. In her 11th start, she picks up win number 1 for All In Racing and Harris Farms Incorporated and trainer Matt Sims. And she'd had some hard luck trips in the past, not the case here today. When the running was on from the top of the stretch home, she had a clear path to victory. Congratulations out to Matthew Sims and his entire team as they've had a very productive day here at Keeneland. 1-5-2-11-8, rounding out the top 5 in the Toyota Super High 5, led by Miss Farrow.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's ninth and final race. Number 1, Miss Farrow, finished first. Number 5, Whitethorn, second. Number 2, Mary Lois, third. Number 11, Peachy Canyon, fourth. And number 8, Rack on Toos, was fifth. 1-5-2-11-8 unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's ninth race, the Magnolia, number 1, Miss Pharaoh, owned by All In Racing of Todd Fisher, owned by Harris Farms Incorporated of John Harris, trained by Matthew Sims for his second win on the card, the winning jockey Mario Gutierrez. Miss Pharaoh, 4-year-old filly by American Pharaoh, out of Miss Challenge by More Than Ready, bred in Kentucky by Kip McCreary and Bill Oppenheim. Keeneland September graduate gets the 9 furlongs over the firm turf in 1 minute 51.96 seconds. Ninth race, results official. 152-11-8, the official results. Pick 6 pays on 5 of 6 with a $44,694 carryover for tomorrow's card. Of course, tomorrow, the final day of Keeneland spring meeting, mandatory payouts. The late pick 5 today pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Trophy presentation for the ninth race, the Magnolia Trophy, being presented to the connections of Miss Pharaoh. Simulcasting remains open for another 10 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. And again, a $44,000 carryover for the Pick 6 for tomorrow's final program of the Spring Meeting 2026 here at Keeneland. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.